Hello? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? Or like not see me, but see the stream. Does it work now? It says I'm live. Okay, cool. Hello everyone, hello. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. My ape brain didn't understand a certain thing, I guess. Um, yeah, welcome to my live stream about Clip Studio Paint and how to set up for animation. Then I'm gonna do like basic, like quick animation, kind of anime style, like not really anime style because I don't have like I didn't get the time to like plan out the storyboard that I could use. So I'm gonna like make something up on the spot as well as the character design and stuff. So it might not be as professional, but I'm trying to explain at least the essential and the fundamentals that you need to know how to work on this stuff. Um, yeah, I hope you guys are ready for this and it's gonna be helpful for you guys. And I'm just gonna get started, right? So I don't know how many people of you do have Clip Studio Paint X or plan to get it, but yeah, let's dive right into this. First of all, like in any other software, what we have is you go to File and press New, and then you create a new animation file. This window will basically pop up. Probably you'll be like on illustration. There you can like either play in manga panels or like even books, etc., like comic books. But what we want to do is definitely go to animation. Then you can like set up the 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 size of your camera basically, which is the size of the output frame. Recommended is probably a resolution of 200. I'm always using the blank space. The blank space gives like some extra space based on how big your scene is, or if you have like a very complicated camera motion, you really would like to like extend the canvas. You can still do that afterwards. At least that's what I'm doing later on. Okay, then we have this cool function over here that basically counts your frames and your seconds. Over here, it just counts your frames basically. We're gonna use that because it looks more like we be doing anime stuff. Gonna press on OK, and this is basically the file that I get. If you're worried about the story thing and you don't want that, I'm gonna get to this in a bit. So what we could, this is like basic setup that you will see. So what we need is gonna be layers, and we might need animation cells in case you don't have any of these windows right here, or like you want to find these windows. You can go to the tab window, and over here all these windows will basically pop up. If you look a little bit, you'll find very helpful stuff like the navigator tool right here. So what it does basically, even if you flip the canvas and stuff, it will always show you the image. In case you accidentally press the hotkey R for rotation and your image is like that and you can't get it correctly, you can click on this really helpful button right here, which basically resets the rotation. Navigator tool might be very helpful, so you always have like the big view onto your image. You can also zoom in and out through this, so kind of helpful too. Definitely gonna need the color wheel. We like colors. But yeah, layer is probably the most important one. So yeah, it's to that. Over here, down here, we got our timeline. We got all these different functions that we can use. We can create a new animation folder. That's basically creating a new layer. We don't need that right now. We can create a new animation cell. That creates a new animation cell. Specify cells might not be necessarily something that you would use, so not that important. Over here is the onion skin. It's like next to it. And over here we got the enable keyframes on this layer. So what it basically does, if we have a drawing or like multiple drawings on this thing, I don't know if you guys use Flash, but it basically turns your layer into a symbol. So what you can do now is you can basically set one position of the symbol and then set another position, and as you can see now, the symbol starts to move from that to that other position. So it's very helpful for things like background pans or something like that. If you would like want to have a background that's steadily moving, you would probably enable the keyframes. If in case you want to like change something on the frame, you press on this button again and then it will be back to normal. So even if you change the frame itself, like this thing will always stay, like the keyframes that you did. In case you want to get rid of the keyframes, you would just go to delete keyframe button. Okay. Alright, we got the timeline covered right here, I guess. It's like the most important part that you need. Oh yeah, what's also helpful is like this zoom in and zoom out, so the timeline's getting bigger and slower. Oh yeah, another thing I almost forgot. If you go over, press right click on on this side, basically this window will appear, and what you can do is like create new animation animation folders. So basically new layers. You can create camera folders. You can create audio folders in case you want to add some music or something. Then we have the edit track. So edit track is super helpful if you like wanna like reorganize your files. So in case you have like some new in-betweens added and there's like this weird kind of number which is A1, 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, 2C, and you want to like actually have normal numbers, you go to edit track, rename in timeline order, and what it does, it will just change all the numbers like for you in a very specific order. It's super helpful. I'm definitely using this a lot too, and it will also reorganize all your frames over here in your layers. So what you gotta be aware about, whenever you do something on your timeline, it always will happen on the layer 2. So they are like connected. Make sure you always keep track of how many layers you use. Sometimes when you like export things or something and the actual layer is within the layer folder right here, but it's not on the timeline, and you export everything, these things that basically aren't used anymore will still be exported with everything else because it's still within all the layers that you have. So you gotta be a little bit careful with that. Okay. More things to the timeline. I'm gonna get into that kind of soon. Another thing you might also find is that your Clip Studio Paint will probably look like this. So all these images will be shown. It's quite a massive, and I'm not used to that. I'm like more used to Flash, and so I want to have like a small thumbnail size. So you go to thumbnail size. If you right click on this thumbnail size, and then you go to none. That will make everything a little bit easier to use. Anyways, so we got the timeline covered, or like the most important things. In case you are still not sure about what to do with it, please click a few buttons, check what's happening, experiment a little bit. Don't be afraid to break the software. Basically, Clip Studio Paint is very stable, so try to figure out some stuff for yourself, what you think is helpful, what's not so helpful. That's like one of my advices. So okay, then we gonna continue. We got the timeline covered. We got covered where the windows are. There are like quite a few windows. I'm gonna get into that soon too. But for now we gonna continue with the tools on the left. So whenever you have a tool, you will probably need to have tool property open and subtool. So whenever you choose a new tool, all these two windows will change too. They basically give you more details about what you're doing right now. So if I click like on zoom, it's gonna like show me the zoom functions. I can zoom in and out with this. I'm never using this, by the way. Like, I don't know. Then we have the object tool, which is super helpful. For example, if you are using an actual 3D layer or like a 3D character, you can use the object tool to actually move that rig. For example, I'm just gonna hold on a second, drag this material in here. So basically what I did was I left clicked, dragged the material into my folder. So now the actual material is inside my folder. And now I want to select it on my timeline. So what I do, I press right click on my timeline. You will see now the material is over here. Click on that and ta-da, you got a 3D model onto your canvas. So what it does is you can now move that 3D model. I don't know how good you are with rigs. You can reposition it and stuff. So I don't know, maybe it helps you for drawing too. I don't know how many of you like to use 3D or have some 3D knowledge. Maybe it's very useful for you. I don't know. Like I'm not using that because I have no necessarily to do so. But yeah, you can also keyframe this. So if I press my hotkey right now, which is F7, to create a new key, I can basically reposition this, like keyframe this, and then move it. And as you can see now, if I go like between the keyframes, I just created a new keyframe on, and the character is now rotated. So you could basically animate 3D within Clip Studio Paint. Super helpful stuff. Maybe helpful for you guys. I'm gonna delete this layer now because I don't need it. But yeah, object tool, man. This is our object tool. Then we got the move tool, basically. So if I have like a drawing or something, you can move things around. I will always recommend to use the top one. That's basically move layer. So also, if you have questions, please ask them later on. I'm gonna make a Q&A session. I'm basically just rushing through everything, through all the tools, so you get like a quick overview about what it does, how to use it, etc. Okay, cool. We're gonna move on. So we got the lasso tool. Everyone knows the lasso tool. There's like different functions of the lasso tool. So basically, we can have the usual lasso tool, which like just dragging around, selecting the area. The ellipse lasso tool, which is basically selecting an area in a circle, and the cube, or like it's a cube, I don't know. But yeah, like different lasso tools. I'm always using that one. The hotkey for this one is M. In case you're wondering, this is a hotkey for lasso tool. I'm just gonna write it down so you guys can see it. For then we got like color selection tool. This one is if you is hotkey Alt. So if you hold Alt, it basically will get you to the color selection. Alt color picker. Also very useful. You will need that, probably need that a lot too, if you want to like color in something, or if you want to like use certain colors for certain effects. Blah blah blah. Then we have the brush tool. The brush tool is hotkey M. Whoops. Wait, is it no hotkey B? I'm sorry. For brush tool. In case you don't know, on some of these tools, if you press like the brush tool, the brush tool, for example, you can press the brush tool twice, and it will bring you to the airbrushes, or like to the texture brushes over here. So basically, the brush tool is multiple functions. The same goes for P for pencil. Okay, P for pencil. but it's also for pen. Okay. So if I press P again, I'm now gonna get to the pencils, as you can see. It changes in my subtool and my tool property. E for eraser, it's pretty obvious, right? I'm mostly using the vector eraser because I recently got more found into like using vector layers. For my rough animation, I probably would use the one on top, which is like the hard mix, I think. And I just got the German version, I'm sorry, so I have to translate it. So we got this covered. Then we got the G. If you press G, you go to the bucket fill tool. Oh, you gotta press it twice though, otherwise you get to the contours and I don't know the word for this, but yeah, press G twice and you get to the bucket fill tool. Okay, I think we're almost through with the most important ones. Then we got the over here we got hotkey U, which is basically straight line, but it has this very useful tool which is called lasso fill tool. So what it does is you select an area and it will fill instantly. I already showed this probably on another stream, and it's one of the most helpful tools I've come across in Clip Studio Paint. So lasso fill tool, definitely gotta check this out. You'll find this one under hotkey U. Well, I'm gonna write it down probably. Straight line. Lasso fill. It's super good if you like just want to learn how to draw effect shape. Then I really recommend to use the lasso fill tool. It will help you to get a better idea about how to actually draw certain effects. For example, I don't know if you've seen the newest Pokemon animation, but that's kind of the shape that Waylon used on his fire animation for the Charizard that he animated on the final on the Pokemon Twilight Wings episode 7. So you can easily do that with the lasso fill tool. If you like make a little bit long shorter strokes, or like take longer to draw the strokes, you can make them more crisp on the edges. But it's very good to rough out these kind of shapes. Yeah, probably in cleanup you want to like refine them, but it still has some aesthetic if it's not too refined. Okay, cool. We got this. Then we got the ruler basically. It's gonna be kind of useful if you want to start using 3D layers. Well, not as useful right now, but it can be helpful to like draw certain lines more straight, and because your lines will start to snap on this. I don't know if you can see it, but my lines are super straight right now, and they always snap, like they always go into the direction of where I drag it, but they are like super accurate, so I can easily draw a grid with that, for example. So yeah, I used a perspective ruler for this. You can find the perspective ruler over here. Then you got hotkey T. T is for text. You can add some text, or maybe if you press T twice, you can add some. Whoops. Hold on a second. I got the wrong inside color. These are like for like text bubbles, so kind of like write something in this. You like want to make a comic or a manga panel or something, might be useful for that. Yeah, useful for that. On the very end, we got the line correction, or like the vector lines tools. It's like super helpful in case you like create a vector layer. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do that right now. So basically what I'm doing, I'm gonna take away all the frames that I like made and I didn't use. I'm gonna press on this button over here. It says new vector layer. It's gonna create a vector layer. So now if you draw onto this layer, I got it selected in my timeline. I press right click. Now select frame 2, which is basically my vector layer. It creates this vector layer. And what it does, like the line correction tool, for example, I have two lines like this, and they're not fully connected. And if I go like on line correction, or like line connection, then I can like drag over it, and it will close the lines for me. So in case you wanna like bucket fill to certain drawings, this might be very handy for you. So I really recommend to use that tool too. Okay, cool. We got this covered. There's also like the vector eraser that's very helpful on vector layers. So if you like drag over a line, it will just delete the line. That's kind of like maybe unnecessary. That way you can get very clean drawings very fast. Super helpful tool. I'm using this a lot lately too. Okay, we went through all the tools. Hey, that was quite a lot. I'm sorry if it was a little fast. Hopefully I still took enough time so you can still follow up. Yeah, and then we're gonna continue. So what's next? We want to go to shortcut settings, because we all like to use shortcuts to make our life a little bit easier and faster when it comes to like, you know, creating things. So this is the actual main menu right here, and what I want to do is I'm gonna go to let's see, which shortcuts do I use. Probably edit. And I changed my undo to just Z, because that's like the fastest way to undo for me. You just gotta press one button instead of like breaking your fingers to get over the keyboard. So really recommend using just Z. It's not a problem. Z is like not a very important tool, so you can just replace undo with Z. Yeah, I got outline selection. It's probably not so interesting for you guys, at least not right now. And yeah, for animation, I got like most of my hotkeys set up. So what do I have is I got F7 for new animation cell. So whenever I press F7, there will be a new animation cell on my timeline. Super useful. I definitely need that. Then I got under edit track, select previous and select next cell with point and comma, so I can skip through the frames real fast. I got play and stop on the hotkey 4, so I can just play it. If I press that button, and I got A and S for go to previous and next frame, so I can just since under animation cell, if I press these, I will always jump to the next frame right away. But sometimes I just want to jump one frame, and if I want to do that, I'm gonna do A and S. So like there's two ways on how I jump through the frames. I don't know if these are useful for you, but if you're like working a production pipeline and you want to like point out where you want to have your in-betweens, I used delete an in-between track label so I can easier, you know, put in between guidelines. I'm gonna show it to you later on when I do my animation and how I use it. Okay, cool. Those are the shortcuts probably you want to have. The rest is not that important actually, I think. At least I can't think of something right now. If you want to have like certain other shortcuts, you need to like look a little bit into it. Yeah. So anything more? Yeah, just go through the shortcuts in case you want to like look for some. Maybe you find some useful ones that you might use on a frequent basis. or you want to like adjust for yourself. So we got this covered. Over here we got all the exports and all the other files that I've been all the recent files going to be saved on recent, so everything you worked on is going to be stored there. You can always press on that if you want to go fast to one of the files that you worked on. Export single layer means you just export the frame that you're on right now, and export animation, you can either export all the animation cells, which like each individual frame, or like you can export all frames on the timeline by using the image sequence. Export movie is pretty clear. You're gonna export an MP4. Animated GIF is also pretty clear. Yeah, OpenTunes is for people who use OpenTunes. It seems to be compatible with Clip Studio Paint, which is also pretty cool. If you want to import an MP4 or something, or a movie file, you go to import over here. Like you can also import images, audio, etc. I don't use the others like 3D data or batch import. I don't really use these. I just use movie probably on this. Yeah. Is there anything more? I guess we're through with the file then. We're gonna go to edit shortcut, edit. Over here you can have like tonal corrections. If you're like not fine with some of the colors inside your image, you can change them over here. It's like a lot of functions and possibilities. You got transform, but transform is not that needed if you like have the lasso tool on hotkey M. You can just select, and then you got all the transform options over here too. You can also just erase the stuff that you have, or like press on scale and rotate, and then you can just rotate it around, scale it. I think you should be, yeah, you can also deform it, whatever you need. But yeah, hotkey M basically, and then you have all these functions over here. If you want to like make a manga kind of thing, you could probably use that. I don't know why it didn't work, but usually it would. Okay, anything more? Story is not important for us. What we need over here, like we're gonna get to the most important panel now. This is the animation panel. What we do over here now is we can also see that we can create animation in 2D camera folder like we could do over here. So this is basically the same. Then we can have edit track. It's also the same as I already showed you before on the timeline. Play stop. What's really important over here, if you want to like have a really smooth playback, I'm gonna say this is a very important part. You have play in real time. That's what you need. You need to have the render before starting playback and prefer speed. Otherwise, what Clip Studio Paint is gonna do, Clip Studio Paint is if you play or preview the animation, it's gonna skip some frames and it's gonna be like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just doing it. And unfortunately, this is not a default setting, and you gotta change that. Yeah, so I'm gonna show you like what happens if you don't do it, like if you don't set this up when I've done the animation basically. Okay, cool. We got this covered. This is really important, really important. I'm definitely gonna timestamp this, and probably gonna say this is the most important timestamp ever, because otherwise you don't get any smooth playback. Okay, label is for in-between track labels, or like something like that. Timeline is obviously your timeline. You can also change the frame rate over here. You can change some settings. We'll bring you to this. Then you can like adjust the timeline a little bit more for yourself. Yeah. show 2D camera frames, show camera path might be also very useful for you. What it basically does is, if I create a camera folder right now, I got my camera right here. Let's say my camera is over here, and now I want to like my camera move. You can see how the path is like now shown. That's basically show camera path. Okay. Something to keep in mind, definitely. I'm gonna show it later anyways one more time if I do the animation. Okay, on layer it also becomes kind of less interesting. Maybe merge selected layers might be important, might be useful, but you can also do that by like holding shift, selecting the two layers, and then go to merge selected layers over here. Yeah, right click, merge selected layers. Then you can like combine these layers. Super cool. Can be also very useful if you have like multiple parts that you animated, but then you just want to fuse them. What we got over here is view. So when you export something, I would probably press on crop mark default border, so you get rid of that blue thing that's around your frame basically. So then it's gone, as you can see. Super helpful for your exports. Sometimes studios recommend this, like not having this ticked off. Story information is something we never need actually, so you can just tick this off too. But yeah, I'm actually gonna need this. At least for animation. Yeah, over here on the filter we got special effects. So if you have a certain frame and you want to do some cool effects, you can just drag around your lasso tool, go to blur. Wait a second, why doesn't it work? Oh, I didn't select the frame. So when I selected the frame, then I go to blur and I can like go motion blur, and then bam, you got a motion blur really fast. Now I also like to use radial blur, especially for impact frames. Very cool stuff. You can also distort and stuff. Can use fisheye lens, and you can see how it's like getting very big. It's also very cool stuff. Yeah, the filters might be very cool if you like want to do some already compositing basically. Oh yeah, the onion skin. Oh, so I'm sorry, I forgot about that. We're gonna get back to that later. Good point, Panda. Good point. Yeah, Clip Studio Paint has so much stuff. I'm not even like explaining everything. As I already previously mentioned, we got windows. So in case any kind of window is missing, you will find it over here, and it will instantly pop up once you click on it. Super useful. I'm also using animation cells. So what it basically does, if I select a frame, it's gonna show me how many layers are inside that frame. Okay, the onion skin is the last thing we're gonna do, and then we can actually already start get into the animation. I'm not as fast as I wanted to be, but 30 minutes is pretty good for getting like over most of the very useful stuff. There's gonna be a few more ads later on while I animate. Maybe there's like a few more things that come to my mind. I think both softwares are pretty good. Like Adobe Animate is also very good software if you use it correctly, but Adobe Animate seems to have a lot of troubles lately and seems to crash often. That's at least what I read. So Clip Studio Paint is probably the one that I would prefer because it's more stable. And it gives way more opportunities, especially with things like certain brushes, the 3D function, etc. So there's like quite a lot of things that you can do, but it all depends on yourself and how you can get used to it. If you're like really good with Adobe Animate or Macromedia Flash or whatever, you can actually become a great animator as well. It doesn't really, the software doesn't make the artist, you know. Like the one who actually got the skill is you, not the software. The software just can give you the tools to utilize everything that you learned or that you can do. Okay, yeah, onion skin, real quick. You go to show animation cells, and onion skin settings. So in case you're like more used to use multiple onion skins, you can adjust them over here. Then you can select a color for your onion skin based on what kind of color you prefer. I'm using red and blue. I'm using these kind of opacities. So maybe you want to pause the video over here to overtake the settings. But there's often times where I don't even use onion skin, so it always depends on what I'm doing basically just now. Okay, I think we covered everything. And we're going to go to the next phase now. The next phase was gonna be the interesting part for you probably. We want to create an animation, and I wrote down something on my very intelligent paper. So what we're gonna try to do is we're gonna animate some subtle motion. We're gonna try to do some background animation, and we're gonna try to work like a layout, or maybe even have some Gengar frames included. Not sure if we can do that because they take ridiculously long, especially if the characters are kind of detailed. But I'll see what I can do. We're also gonna go into camera work and the grid. So we're gonna try to like do that stuff. Yeah, when we're through with that, we are probably gonna talk about loose versus detailed animations, drawings. So we're probably gonna look into Norio Matsumoto a little bit more, like we did the last time, or maybe animators like Shimgo Yamashita. So we probably gonna go on Sakagaburu, browse some of their work. Also, I would like to show off Keiichiro Watanabe, because he's also one of the very loose animators, but uses a lot of high amount of frames. Has a very strong style. Is at the moment one of the uprising gods. Basically, that's what the people call them. But of course, he's just a human, but he's definitely very freaking good. I think him and Wailing probably are on the top of the younger animators. At least that's what people say. There's no real skill level or something. There's no competition as well, so please keep that in mind. But those are probably the ones that I feel like have the most impact on the community nowadays. Yeah, then I might like try to explain a little bit about natural motion, and maybe give a little bit of experience, or like a little bit of details about the experience that I had in this industry and how I got into this. Whoops, got a message from a friend. Yeah. Okay, cool. Hold on a second. I gotta respond to this guy. So, okay, I guess I'm gotta turn off the notifications real quick, otherwise you will see more notifications pop up, and we definitely don't want that. I apologize for this. I didn't really prepare this. Okay, cool. Let's get going. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, we wanna set up our animation file. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna clean up everything, and set up our animation. So, I'm gonna delete this layer. If this layer is deleted, the frame is basically gone too. As you can see right now, there's like this gray, really bright gray area. That means there's like this frame doesn't even exist in the layers, so it also will not exist on your timeline. So this frame was empty anyways. I'm gonna delete this one too. Gonna delete them. So what we're gonna do now, we want to make this a little bit more pretty, and then we're gonna set up this thing. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go to my window right here. I got a folder prepared for all the stuff that I want to use in this live stream. So I got this cool image that I made that made it looks like it's a little bit more professional by just adding the packs. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag and drop it into my folder, and now it's in my animation folder. I don't want it to be in my animation folder. I want it to be a separate image, so I'm gonna drag it down here, and ta-da! We got the stream animation preset packs. It's like now on a new, basically a new animation layer has also been created. But as you can see, there's this symbol around this. This just means it's an actually single image. Okay. Yeah. Now we're gonna set up our animation folders. So what we're gonna do is now we're gonna press on new layer folder while selecting our animation folder, and it's gonna create this new folder. So this folder is actually gonna be one frame, but within this frame we can have multiple layers. That means we can do rough animation, cleanup, shadows, add some color, all inside this one folder. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna add new vector layers. I want to have one vector layer for my line art, one vector layer for my shading, and then I'm gonna have 3 raster layers. So this layer is gonna be my rough layer. This is where I like gonna plan and animate my roughs on. This is gonna be the fill layer. This is a layer that's basically underneath in case I want to like fill in some colors. There's going to be a very useful tool for this too. So I'm going to get into that too soon too as well. And we're going to have one more layer for the actual colors of the shadings and stuff. Okay. As you can see, we might have prepared the first frame, but it's not on our timeline. So what we're going to do now, we're going to press right click on this and select the frame. And now the frame is there. We already set up our hotkeys as we previously done. So my hotkey is still F7 for a new animation cell. And what's going to do now is it's going to create a new folder with all the previous details that we had in the first folder. So that means Clip Studio Paint is able to adjust that really fast. What Clip Studio Paint is also doing is, as you can see, this is like 4 frames between each other. So if I press new animation cell again, it's gonna remember the distance between these frames. So that means I'm now animating in force whenever I press F7. There's gonna be new frame every a new cell basically every 4 frames. I'm sorry for my wording. I got a little bit confused myself. So as you can see right now, well, the timing is a bit, let's say, too much for me. I'm someone who likes to stick to more natural motion, so I'm mostly animating in 2s or 3s. Depends. It really based on how well you are, like, to create very good motion, we have a very nice mix of timing and spacing. So 3s can look good, 2s can look good, 1s can look good, but it all depends on the spacing that's in between these frames. The spacing means the distance of the lines that travel between the frames. If you like looked up some animation tutorials, you might get across the word. I'm gonna now rename my animation cell as A. And I'm gonna have I want to have multiple animation cell with the same setup. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this layer. It's over here, and now I got a copy. Gonna rename this to B. Duplicate again, C, and D. In Asian production, layer A is always on the bottom. So everything that comes comes afterwards is gonna be placed on top. So make sure you remember that. That's very important, because that's basically how, if you like go on Sakugaburu and you check some Gengas or something, or like some animation stuff, you will also come across that they are like using A, B, C, and D, and now you like understand why, because there's like the layers are like basically placed on top of each other. Okay, now we're gonna animate our first scene. I don't know how many of these frames I'm gonna use, but what I'm doing now is I'm gonna rough out my animation. Usually I should have like a storyboard. Okay, let's make a quick storyboard real quick. That's actually a good idea. So you actually get the full experience. I'm just gonna doodle out something super fast. I'm gonna animate 2 shots. That's all I'm gonna animate. I'm not gonna animate more. Okay, maybe 3. It depends on how much fun I'm gonna have. Gonna call this one the storyboard layer. Yeah, storyboard isn't so important if you use the folders or not. Wait a second. Actually, it would be helpful if I had the folders, so I can maybe use colors for the storyboard and clarify it a little bit better. Let's do that then. This is the storyboard. I'm gonna plan out my 3 shots now. Like, don't need this. Deleting this on my timeline. Deleting this also in my animation, in my layers, so it's absolutely gone. Okay, cool. Now I got my 3 storyboard panels. Okay, storyboard panel number 1. Yeah. First of all, I need to select the right layer where I want to draw on. Okay. What I just did now, and it was pretty fast probably, I actually used point and comma to skip through the frames, and I selected the air layers, so basically for the roughs. Okay, so I'm sorry if that was a little fast. But yeah, no, you actually understand what I did. There's this cool brush that Valkyrie used the other day, and I'm gonna try to use that one. It's textured pen, I think, or pencil. It's very cool. I like it. Or maybe I'm gonna use another one. There's so many options. I downloaded some custom brushes, and basically you can just drag and drop the file inside your subtool, and then you get like cool brushes. They can do cool things. The size is a little bit big, so I'm gonna go to my tool property. Gonna change it to 23 maybe. 23 is good. And now I'm gonna start drawing. I have like a rough idea what I wanted to do for the stream. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna try to set it all into proportion properly. So what I'm basically doing now is I'm roughing out my storyboard, so I got an idea of where I want to go, what I plan to animate. The drawings can be super rough. It can be super scribbly as well, since it's just a guideline for yourself. Sometimes you would also come across anime storyboards where it's like just drawn sticks like this sometimes. Probably not that extreme, but still pretty rough. let's say like this. Okay, so for me this pose and this angle is actually super weak. I feel like this is too stiff, because there's like no perspective in this. It doesn't capture the feeling or the emotion of the thing that I wanted to draw. So I'm gonna redo it. I'm gonna use my lasso tool, gonna delete it, and I'm gonna try to start again. Can you please stop? Holy I think I'm gonna quit Discord for now, because otherwise people will keep messaging me. Okay, cool. To be fair, the person just asked if he got kicked from Grindhouse, and no, that's wrong. Grindhouse doesn't exist anymore. I deleted it. I'm gonna make an explanation later on, maybe. It depends. Okay, at least I plan to do an explanation. It's a pretty personal topic, to be honest, so don't feel so comfortable about actually talking about it. But maybe it's good if I like talk public on stream about it, so everyone understands and the message can reach everyone. I've been using Clip Studio Paint for maybe a year, something like that. So what I'm gonna do now, actually, I think this panel looks a little bit more dynamic now. So I want to have some character that's kind of bowing down. He's grabbing his chest. To have like go into the detail of subtle motion, and he's like feeling pain in his chest because something is kind of trying to escape from his body. So this is basically my storyboard panel. I don't know if you can actually understand what I just drew over here. I'm gonna refine it later if I start to draw out my animation. This angle is pretty tough. Okay. So this is basically how a storyboard panel could look like. If you think this is too big or something, you can still adjust it. And if you draw it a little bit smaller, you also got more options with your camera. In case the camera is not good and big enough, I could just extend it. I might do that on the next shot. Oh, I drew in the wrong folder. Damn it. Well, doesn't matter. Just gonna keep continuing. So panel number 1 will be him basically going down. Maybe splitting blood or something, I don't know. And there's like this dark aura coming out of him. Okay, so that's basically storyboard panel number 1. Got 2 panels. Next panel, I actually want to have some background animation. So what I'm gonna plan is probably I'm gonna have. Oh yeah, one super cool thing is if you press on a certain point on your canvas and then you hold Shift, you can instantly do a straight line. Super cool, super good feature. So Shift plus left click gives you this. So now we got the character basically over here. He's in pain, And over here there's like some kind of giant monster like coming out of him. And the background animation is gonna be like kind of like this. The storyboard itself is super rough, so the perspective is not final. Might adjust it later on, but storyboards are just mainly to like get the idea. And there's like this other character. He's like over here, seeing that he's kind of ready for this, and he's like first he's like making a little sidestep or like an idle motion, and then he's gonna run towards the other dude like this. Yeah. As you can see, this is my epic storyboard. And my next shot is gonna be him like, I don't know, punching into that dark aura or dark monster or whatever it is that's coming out. It's gonna be like a massive flashlight, and that's how the scene's gonna end. So it's like a little story that I just made up. And now we're gonna try to animate that. Okay? You guys ready? This might take a while. Hopefully I can do it. I haven't been animating for myself that much lately, so don't expect something too good. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna go onto the folder where I actually animated the storyboard. So it's not this one, it's this one. I'm gonna call it storyboard now, and then since I selected the whole folder, I would like to turn down the opacity. So I'm gonna do that like this. And now all the frames have a very low opacity, and I can clearly see, draw over it and still see it, you know. So as I said, like select the whole folder, turn down the opacity, and you'll get this kind of outcome. Okay. First of all, someone asked me on Twitter if I can show them how to use a 3D layer. I'm gonna show you how to do it. It might be a little bit confusing, but hopefully you guys will understand it. So first of all, I'm gonna make a new folder. I'm gonna call it 3D. Within my 3D folder is nothing, and what I want to do is new layer, and there's 3D layer over here. Gonna press on that, and now the 3D layer is actually there, but you can't see it. So what you do, right click on the timeline, select 3D layer, and voila, I got my grid. With the tool O for object, I can actually, should be able to move it. Hold on a second, that's kind of weird. Hello? Okay, something is kind of weird. I think I've done a mistake. What's happening with my 3D layer? It's not moving. Usually, if you press O and click on the 3D layer, you should be able to move it. But somehow it's not working. So let's see, maybe it's because it's inside the folder. So we're gonna drag it out and see if this works. Okay, it doesn't. Did it change something in the settings? I might have changed some settings that could be problematic, and enable on all layers, something I will definitely need. Yeah, I'm having a problem right here. I don't know why it's not working. Usually it would work. I mean, I can... Oh, there we go. I apologize. I kind of messed up. Oh, why can I not rotate it? Okay, let's try it again. We create new layer, create 3D layer. Okay, it's moving actually. Is there another button that I forgot? Actually should be able to rotate it by using left click. But apparently left click doesn't work anymore for the rotation. Or at least the rotation might be set. Yeah. Well, that's shit. It's definitely shit. I wonder why is this happening? Okay, then I'm just gonna skip the 3D layer. I'm sorry, but it's not working as I would like it to be. And I'm just gonna do the grid myself, cause this bullshit. In case I'm figuring out what's the problem, I might do another stream about this, which will be probably also very short. At least I've done the 3D layer thing already on another live stream. It might have bugged out, yeah, could happen. But we really want to start animating, dude. Like, what the hell? I'm just gonna create a new layer, call it BG then. Okay, selected my layer. I'm gonna change the angle like a lot now. I'm gonna have a like, so it feels like it's flat looking at the sky basically. Kind of like this. This is my arrow. Like it's looking in that direction from bottom up. I'm just gonna leave the arrow. Might be cool for orientation. But I don't need more than this probably. So on anime you mostly should stick to the storyboards, and mostly they are very detailed, so you can already draw, like sometimes even just trace some of the storyboard panels if they are good, that is. But yeah, they mostly expect you to work with the storyboard very strictly. Okay, now we're gonna draw our character. I don't even have a design sheet for him. The angle is also kind of fairly complicated probably. So he's now really trying to get down the first drawing at least, so I know exactly what I'm working with. Alright. We're gonna try to have kind of dynamic feel to it, so it looks more interesting. Okay, I don't need storyboard for this because could be misleading right now. And now I'm gonna start animating. What I'm gonna try to animate first is gonna have him like slowly, it's like slowly moving, maybe having, and then actually feeling that pain suddenly. Like he's already feeling that pain, but then it's becomes stronger. It's the best sum I've ever drawn. uh, should be okay for rough animation. This angle is super tough, so I might mess up or like take a few tries to get this done correctly. Maybe I should also, maybe I'm gonna make it quite windy so I can animate some cool hair motion. It will make the shot more interesting, maybe more dynamic. It's like we're like diving right into the action. So subtle motion is basically just using kind of small spacing. Sorry for my chicken scratch doodle. And then we have it like slightly shift. Just like slowly making steps forward. I'm not really good at character acting, so this is kind of a challenge for me. As you can see, I'm skipping back and forth with the frames. And then add the lines where I think they should be. Animation on iPad is super valuable. Works well. I can slowly start answering some questions now. So if you have some don't be afraid to ask them. Now it's like pushing his torso forward. I think this could be also animated on trees, basically. I think I'm losing track of the angle. Yeah. Okay. The angle is kind of super off, actually. So it's not that good. Maybe I can try to fix it. I probably have to change the angle of the BG a little bit to make it like fitting more. It's probably more like this. So so he's basically just feeling it. The motion is okay. We need one more frame probably right here to have it. Maybe I should just animate the character first instead of like focusing on trying to integrate the background right now. Gonna have like a little bit of camera change, so it's like more zooming in onto him. So my rough animation is super rough, so I'm sorry. The actual magic happens in the next draft, basically. But it's also the one that takes longer time. Okay, scene number 1 is already pretty long, especially in terms of frames. I really want to have him some kind of very crouched gesture that kind of makes clear that he is in pain. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm actually gonna just focus on drawing out the head motion, having some kind of bounce. Since he's struggling, it's like not having full control about his balance. So he's kind of moving backwards. I might need to adjust the timing to make it like a little bit more interesting later then. Timing can really change a lot of the appeal of the animation and how the frames work together. Okay, let's just say scene number 1 is actually kind of long. Gonna make it at least 2 seconds. If I'm gonna add like new frames over here, I got a hotkey for that. I might be able to. Gonna just do it like this. Yeah, 2 seconds sounds pretty good. Well, not exactly 2 seconds. Let's keep it a bit lower. This is how long it will be. And frame 17 is gonna be basically next scene. Now having the arm rotating more inwards. Okay, so it's part number 1 we got right now. So this is how it looks like. I think the motion is okay. As I said, I'm like not very good at character acting, so it's always a first for me. Yeah, but I think it does the job, and it's good for rough. And now I'm gonna add the next layer basically, which will be that very cool effect. Actually, I'm gonna make this layer B and have that effect, one effect behind him and one in front. So it's like one effect that's coming right, it's like right at its stomach then, and the other one will be like right behind him. So this one's basically the first anticipation. I'm gonna use a combination of 2s and 1s to make this more interesting. It's probably quite a few frames. Cleaning this up might be a little painful. Okay. So next layer, I don't know. Should we use another color? It's not necessary for this draft yet. Okay. This effect. I want to like have the effect interact also with his body. So I'm gonna like have it move along his body. It's like some kind of weirder smoke. Slowly eating him up, basically from the inside. Yeah, if you like animate or something, really think about what you want to animate. Like, it's an advice that I recently got is to actually try to think about what you want to show, and so like you get the message across that you want to deliver. And sometimes it just takes time to get it completely right, so don't be satisfied too easily. Okay? At the moment it will all look very rough and probably maybe even confusing. But trust me, it's gonna be much better as soon as I start like getting into the next phase of the cleanup. Might just scribble out the areas where the effects actually happening. No, it's like slowly taking over him. I've added quite a lot of frames, so it takes a while to get it done completely. But it will be worth it. Will look cool. Okay. Maybe I'm not... Okay, I'm actually gonna add another effect on the layer behind. I'm gonna scribble it out very fast too. I'm gonna do it like this. We have some more roundish shape. Okay, gonna stop on frame 17 right here. This is actually a new part. Okay, this was basically scene 1 now. In Animate you would also have like a time limit, so you can't draw as many frames as you want. You really have to stick to the storyboard and to the timing that's been given to you. So please be aware of that. You can't just do it like me right now. So we can either rough out the next scene now, or we could clean this up. This is up to you guys. Okay, chat. Actually, I'm gonna like involve you right now. Do you want to see me cleaning up the first scene, or do you want to see actually the next scenes to rough out? Please give an opinion. I'd like to interact with you a little bit. Okay, I already clean up right here. Okay, you guys want to see, most people want to see cleanup so far. More roughs. I don't really know. Okay, then the cleanup is not gonna be like total cleanup. We're gonna do just a tie down, so it's still gonna be very fast, hopefully. but it will give you like a good idea. We can clean up. We can do more rust right after this, but for now it's cleanup. I'm sorry, but this time it won. Yeah. Okay, let's clean up first scene. What I'm gonna do now, it's like a little bit annoying part. Whoops, did I animate on all the wrong layers? I actually animated on all the wrong layers. Okay. Whoops. Gotta set it up properly. I misclicked a little bit. Is it also on the other layers? Oh no, I'm rough on this one and rough on this one. Okay, cool. The thing is, since I want to clean up and add some color probably to it, I want to have the roughs on the bottom. So this time, fill is gonna be my color layer and rough is gonna be my fill layer then, or like, kind of like this. God damn it. I'm pressing misclicking all the time. Again, dude, what the hell is happening? Oh, maybe it clips to, it's just down jumping. Okay, what I don't need is gonna be invisible for now. I'm gonna need this layer. So what I'm gonna do now, it's gonna be very fast. I'm gonna flip through, since I selected the rough layer on all the frames, I'm gonna use the flip to cell button, like I'm flipping through the cells, and now I'm turning the opacity down on all of them. Wait a second, what's the fuck is Clip Studio Paint doing? Oh, I'm misclicking. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. I'm gonna turn it down to 18. Feels most comfortable because it doesn't. It's like still there, but almost not there. Okay. Drawing my character now. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna jump on all the. I'm gonna jump on all the line art layers. Also, this is an animation cell window. It always shows me where I am basically within the actual folder. Super useful. It's also on the window and then animation cell. I recommend using it. Okay, let's see. Which brush do I use to clean up? Okay, this time I'm gonna use the actual textured one. Okay. What's sharp angle? Okay. So let's try cleaning up the character for a tie down. So I'm now drawing on a vector layer, and you can see how the lines get always adjusted after I've done a stroke, basically. The drawing is kind of whack. I'm also using the vector brush over here. It's definitely more useful. Yeah, first drawing is always the toughest, but after that it's gonna become a little bit easier. What kind of design do we give him? Just some casual closes. Should be fine. I actually don't want to have the hairs too complicated. So doesn't look too good, but it's fine, I guess. I'm changing up the design basically on the Rust now because I have no specific design. I need to come up with something on the spot. It's also something I don't recommend you doing. Basically, always have a character sheet next to it. It will definitely be very helpful. So yeah, I really don't recommend doing what I'm doing basically. If it's for practice, okay, but if you like want to really get into more professional, really recommend to use the reference and a decent character sheet. So you always keep track of the details and they don't get lost. Okay, I think the drawing is shit. God damn it. I think that's okay now. Let's hope this is fine, right? We want to try to get that volume in, so we drag the lines around the gesture. We don't trace the lines correct, super cleanly, but it might be better to do it like this. Okay, since he has some cool cloth and I wanted to like have some wind going, I can also like add some cool cloth animation to this. I also recommend, if you're like still starting out, to make an extra layer to animate the cloth for the first animations that you do before you clean up. So you actually rough out the cloth. Okay. I think the drawing is getting in a okay direction. It's probably gonna have very loose clothes, like always when I draw my stuff. It's my comfort zone, I need to step out of that probably. make sure that the angle is fine. Okay, cool. I think that would be like our first frame. I try to keep the character design quite simple, without too many details, not too many faults. Yeah. Okay. Also, if you want to like get rid of all the windows that are like over here, I'm always having my windows floating around, by the way. You can just use tab and all the windows will appear and you can focus on the image a little bit better. Something I also thought quite useful. Not necessarily needed, but you can do it. Okay, let's keep going. It's now grabbing onto his shirt, probably correctly. So what I'm doing now is actually kind of, I don't know if anyone does it like this. Like when I'm cleaning up, I'm actually skipping through the frames back and forth. And instead of like using onion skin or something, because I feel like onion skin can be super misleading, I'm just follow the lines that I drew basically. I'm gonna flip back and forth to see how the lines should be moving. It's probably not the most recommended technique, but it's somehow after a while it just happened to work for me. I've been like trying often to animate without onion skin and think that's very scary for a lot of people. So the thing is why animating without onion skin is so interesting, or like is a good method on learning, is because you try to remember the last frame much better, and that way you can also like I feel like it sticks better inside your brain that way. Another thing is, as I said, like by using the flipping method, you can see more clearly how the lines would be in motion, and you can follow up each line individually, so it's easier to stay it's consistent. You're starting to learn how to measure the distance between the lines, and you're also starting to measure the line itself, so you can have like, how do I say it, you basically try to imagine you draw, let's say, wait, 1 centimeter, right? And when you flip forward, you try to like just replicate the 1 centimeter. It doesn't matter if it's like changing a little. You don't need to be 100% accurate, but it will definitely help to give a more consistent feel to your animation, to your drawing. As I said, like that's at least what I feel like. And if this, you should just practice like trying to get a feel for drawing the same line by flipping and flipping back and forth. You'll get used to it. You can use Z for undo all the time anyways, so you can ensure that the line is clean or is the exact same size. What I also am trying to do, which is also something that's probably more advanced, is I'm trying to have like the lines almost connected. So it's easier for me to clean it up, and the drawing itself will be more clear to the audience as well. If you have too many holes, you tend to like maybe misjudge some proportions, or like have some there's like a higher possibility that you have an inconsistency, and it doesn't help your draftmanship either. Like, it's probably better to have the lines connected properly, or like at least if you have a hole that the line is actually, you know, continuing the previous line logically. I don't know how to exactly explain this completely. As I said, I'm still learning myself, so this is something I also struggle with, like keeping all lines connected properly and stuff like that. But I think some people who have a little bit of experience in like polishing their drawings and doing some kind of duga, like I think I've seen Reiji, for example, that came around. He's like doing very legit duga drawings, and he's like super focused on connecting all the lines, so he's always zooming in properly and getting the lines connected, and make sure that everything is super clear. It's very tedious to do and takes a lot of time, to be honest, and a lot of patience. So I have very big respect for that. But yeah, since we are key animators and we are still more focused on doing like tie downs instead of like duga basically, we want to try to get as close as possible, but still remain some kind of speed that help so we can actually still finish our work in time properly. So hopefully I didn't say too much bullshit right here, and it all makes kind of sense. But yeah, that's something you might consider or should think about. So now that I see like my leg is moving forward, right, I can also understand how my fold would be moving. Like it would be stretching probably because the cloth of his cloth is gonna get stretched. He's just moving that one leg forward basically. This is very cool clip from Naruto, the first movie, and I think it was Takeshi Honda, who animated these super brilliant cloths, super brilliant folds. I might pick it up later if I don't forget it. Otherwise, please remind me to check on Takeshi Honda. He's also one of the very great animators who draws super real. So he's like well known for realistic kind of approaches to his animations, like Inoue and all these other super good animators. Okay, that's frame number 2. And now we could like cheat a little and maybe try to do some in-between guides by just animating the silhouette. Okay, I actually got lost already and start to draw the details. Also a very common problem for most artists. We tend to focus too much on the details and get lost trying to like always keeping track of them. Simplifying is super hard actually. Because in order to simplify, you need to be able to draw a certain style very efficiently. And first of all, you need to figure out that style. Um, second of all, it's also pretty hard to like stick to it and have like certain characteristics that you always wanna keep track of. Some of these things seem to be kind of random, or like they might change in the way I draw them. But I'm trying to still figure out of where the hair position, like where the point is where the line comes from, and then you can just start to deform it a little bit. And depending on how strong the wind is, you can actually start changing the shape, play around with it. It's strong wind is actually something for lazy people. Because it's way harder to have like very slight hair motion staying consistent, in all honesty. At least that's what I feel like. Okay, gotta move it a little bit. Whoops. No, maybe not move it, but maybe have that line. I'm kind of slow, just in frame 3 so far. So yeah, cleaning up really takes some time. I'm already going kind of fast, to be honest. Like I'm trying to be kind of fast. So apologize if it's still taking too long. Yeah, no, honestly, I had some works recently where I actually would literally take 2 to 3 hours to draw one frame. And it's painful. It's honestly super painful. Because some characters, the character design says just so much detail. Holy crap. Yeah, I can't wait until it's coming out though. I'm gonna let you know. It's gonna be a big thing, I think, hopefully. I have a good feeling that it might blow up. It's probably my best work right now. So yeah. Okay, so if I would zoom in, basically, I could probably be more accurate with the lines, but it would also take so much more time. No, I'm just gonna try to draw like a few of the lines, so I can still keep track of the consistency, but have it more like an in-between, so I can speed up the progress. 16 frames to draw, so we are like got one quarter after this one. It's 1/4, right? I don't know. I think I'm slowly getting into the groove, so I'm speeding up a little bit. His expression is super weird. Damn it. Undo it a little bit too fast. I think I could definitely work on his expression here. Oh, let's have some... have to... Oh, no, actually... I'm gonna have the winds keep going into the same direction. I thought about maybe changing it. I don't think that would be a good idea. I would rather want to have the wind like move away from him. So as you can see, I'm also losing some of the details because I'm trying to go a little bit faster. I mean, we don't have the whole time. I don't have too much time. I still have something else to do, right? So, cause like later on today there will gonna be a live stream from Rose Draws apparently, and I'm gonna be there too. He's squeezing out his toys, whatever that is, dude. I don't even know what that is, but yeah, it definitely looks kind of fun. It's okay though. I mean, we're here for the fun, right? We want to have some fun. So it's gonna look less fun once I start adding the other layers. Trust me. It's gonna be less, it's gonna be more action once I done that. Let's have his arms pass around because he can't control it. Okay, now I need to change the perspective of the arm a little bit, of the hand. Can be very stressful. Oh. No, no, not from Game Grumps. The raw straws. Raw straws from the Nima thing. Yeah, you simped already, bro. It's fine. I appreciate though. I appreciate it that you like it so much. It's very odd. It's a very odd shot, to be honest. I think the roughs were done like last year. And I couldn't bother to fix them, so I just cleaned them up. There were like a few things that I'm not happy with. This is a very weird angle. No, the angle's probably not right, but who cares? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, dude. I heard the news update from Flash was very terrible. Uh, Shit. In case you guys asked any questions, I'm very sorry if I couldn't like answer them, because I haven't been checking the chat too much. Obviously, I have just seen the epic Namak SpongeBob anime man. Because all we care about is clout and fame, right? No, I'm joking, but I really couldn't follow up the chat. In case you had any questions, I'm sorry if I missed them. I'm gonna try to like. It's hard for me to focus on like animating and checking at the chat the whole time, like especially if I like trying to make this kind of fast, you know. We're almost halfway through the frames, so that's good too. Oh, he's actually making a step forward. You can clearly see how some of the details has been lost. Also messed up a little bit of the proportions. Oops. I'm gonna get rid of the rough layers for now. Okay, over here there's gonna be some camera motion then, because I start to resize a lot here. What the hell? How long is the stream? We'll have to see the other topic covered. Yeah, and could you drop a suit of your brushes? Okay. Yen meme review. Will this be posted on the channel? Yes, definitely gonna be on the channel. Because some people probably might have been interested in this, so it would have been just fair if they get the opportunity to still check it out later on. Yeah, I'm drawing booty. Seeing my favorite creators colorways like watching a okay. Yeah. I was working on something concrete today with an already existing file. When I saved the new version, I would save something else. I'm trying to pick up on the conversations. It's just too much. I'm just flying over. What would be the other topic that you were talking about, Narmak? Which topic did you want me to cover? Is it like the background animation, or is it more about the stuff I mentioned earlier about the things I wanted to talk about? If it's like the things I wanted to talk about, I could actually pick up some while I draw right now. So I could talk about some of the experiences that I had, and yeah, could start with that. Yeah, the subtle motion is something that I'm doing right now, basically. So basically, subtle motion is mostly just animating with like very small spacing, and maybe having some follow through in certain motions. For example, the hair cloth and stuff like that. Subtle motion is that hopefully I'm actually not saying something wrong right here, but that's how I understand subtle motion. 3D layers, I've tried to actually pick up the 3D layers, but somehow I ran into a problem and it doesn't work for me right now. I apologize, but I don't think I can cover this. I might try again later, but I don't know what happened, but apparently I cannot move the grid, which is super weird. Usually you'd be able to move it by just dragging your pen over it, but I don't know. so stupid. And the grid though is something that I can probably do nonetheless. I can still do the background animation. So I'm gonna try to like get to the background animation part at least and have some at least rough animation for the background, giving you an idea about how I would plan this out. Yeah. Okay, so basically the next topic will be background animation once I kind of cleaned up the shot. It's not just like 6 more frames or something. It's gonna be fine, I hope. Yeah, for now I will continue drawing and talk a little bit about experiences in the industry. And yeah, actually I could pick up on that already, like how I get into animating and the most important things I should know before starting. Like, okay, so first of all, there's nothing you need to know before you start actually. Everything, because like you can't expect everything to know like right before you get into it. Or maybe let me rephrase it. Actually, you need to know something. And it's probably the basic like tutorials. Maybe have seen some other streamers using certain softwares. Maybe that's something that gives you a little bit an idea about what's actually happening with an animation and how to get on that level, or like how to get into that right direction. I'm sorry, not that level. So what you're gonna do is you're basically trying to pick up an animation software that you think, all right, that looks cool, or other people use. Then you're trying to find out what you actually like to draw, like you animate. If it's stick figures, if it's full bodies, etc. So then you have to be aware if you want to get into stick figures. There's probably not that much of animation like draftsmanship needed to do stick figure animation. It's probably also the best thing to start with because it teaches you all the fundamentals you need to know about animation. You learn how to draw like with uh you're like more focused on the technical part, which is basically the principles of animation, and it can be very useful for you in the long run. So stick figures is probably something to get started with. So if you're like more confident in what you want to do and want to like have art as professional career, you could definitely like start drawing more and then try to focus more on draftsmanship and the direction of um, applying this technical this more the technical knowledge onto your drawings. So that will probably include like drawing with volume, shapes, perspective, etc. It depends on how complicated you want to go. You can also just tend to rig animation, which is basically almost another form of animating stick figures, and you don't have to like redraw too many frames. It really depends on what you want to do. So if you really want to get into industry, so I can kind of explain how my way was and how I managed to do it. It's kind of, I'm trying to keep it short because it's actually kind of a long story probably. What I did was, first of all, I actually started off with a really easy animation software that's called Pivot Stick Figure Animator. And this software basically allowed me to work with stick figure rigs and create rigs, stuff like that. So that software was pretty helpful for me to actually understand how certain limbs has to move to get that kind of idea of emotion. It was also very useful because I could like get a better idea, deeper knowledge about animation principles in general. And I could have some fun and experiment with the software because it's very simplified. It's kind of limited in the amount of tools it has compared to animation softwares like Flash or Clip Studio Paint. But it's definitely good enough for like just getting started in a general idea. Then after a while, after a few years, when I realized, okay, it's actually not the thing that I want to do. Like I don't want to like do a casual job or like just get stuck with Pivot Stick Figure Animator. Also, the community was kind of dying, and I felt like, hey man, maybe I should try to go something more complicated. And then I started to pick up Flash and watched quite a lot of tutorials, got some inspiration from certain animators like Gus, for example, or uh, Turquoise, Miku, all these kind of very old Flash animators that like also did stick figure and stuff, but they also had a very good idea, sense of about timing. They would draw the effects kind of properly. Um, so all of these people also like tried to do more full body animation over time. So it was like, hey man, it's actually a very good inspiration. I'm gonna try to do that too. And that's when I picked up like Flash and tried to animate like frequently, very frequently. I've been drawing so much. Like every time I had free time, I would essentially just draw and use like all my free time. Sure, there were times where I still like meet up with friends, something else, spend some time to socialize. It's very important to still care about your friends and stay in touch with them. So, because sometimes it can be very exhausting if you just sit in front of your computer and draw all day, and you just need to like fill up these batteries. Like, you'll be thankful. You'll definitely be thankful, and maybe in the time when you'll actually calm down and talk with your friends, that's when you actually might be able to find new inspiration, new ideas, and your friends will probably also guide you on the way and will just support what you do because they just believe that's if you want to do that, that's fine. So they will not judge you for what you like to do. If they like anime or not, it doesn't really matter. Um, yeah. So let's get back to the point. Basically, I've been drawing a lot. I've been researching super much. I've been finding idols like Yutaka Nakamura, for example, or other animators that I look up to and that I would like to study. And like you can pick up knowledge from actually every kind of animator. It doesn't matter if he has much knowledge or just a very limited amount of knowledge. Fact is just that they all put thoughts and ideas into their animation and all have very different approaches in how they want to do animation. So what definitely helped me were certain communities that where I could like pick up this information, give criticism, and like um confront myself with certain topics. While you give criticism to someone else, you also might realize, hey man, that's actually a mistake that I'm doing too. Um, I think I might to work on that. And that way you can like step by step you just like increase the knowledge. It takes quite a while, dude. Like to get to the point where I am now, it took me like 4 years to get to this animation standard in full bodies, in just full bodies. I've done like 10 years of stick figure animation before that, so that's probably one of the biggest advantages I have to like compared to newcomers, because I actually spent so much time already in communities, talking to them, yeah, getting an idea about what to do, what kind of approaches I can take. Already have been confronted with multiple mindsets and other people. Got a lot of criticism of people that I might not like, but they were still right. So there's like a lot of stuff that happened basically to lead me to this point where I am right now. So please don't forget there's like a big journey behind this, and it takes a while. Eventually, if you work hard enough, take your time, and actually spend enough time, like invest enough time into all of this, you might find yourself in a spot where a studio comes towards you and ask you if you were interested to work with them. But I gotta tell you, this is not gonna happen out of the blue. You gotta like put in the work and definitely do something that like shows off that you're kind of special, say it that way, right? Or at least shows off that you're hardworking and not like everyone else, right? So studios are looking definitely for talent and for knowledge. So just starting animation, be like, hey, I want to be animator and anime or something. It's not how it's gonna work. The way is very long, hard, um, and also very painful, to be honest. There's like a lot of things you will have to confront with yourself. Like while you draw, you spend so much time like inside your head, so you're basically caught up inside your thoughts and has to like keep like figuring out what you want to do for yourself and if it's the right thing. And dude, I can't tell how many crazy thoughts I had while animated already, and how many times I just sat in front of my computer and just had to randomly cry. Like I couldn't even do anything about it, but just emotions just overtook. You can't like. I think you're even if you not realize it, at something inside you will probably understand that like the dedication and the resolve that you need is just massive. Animation is not something you just can do because you want to do it. It's like definitely some kind of lifestyle or something that where you have to spend your whole life on to working on to. And if you start working in animation and you want to stay in animation, you need to have that resolve, man. Like you really need to fight through multiple things, and you also can't forget that you also have a real life. So there will be a lot of situations where maybe something in life, in your life, just is thrown at you. Maybe a family member dies, your family is fucked up, um, and they I don't know, do crazy shit, and someone you need to figure out for yourself how to like get through that and still stick to your passion, right? Um, because I feel like everyone has it hard in a way. There's always problems that will occur and like make it very tough for ourselves to get through. And like then still having the focus on your passion, on the things you want to do is probably one of the hardest thing, or like the hardest challenges you might face in your life. And you don't face it just once, like you face it like every day, right? So you really got to sit down and do these drawings. Honestly, like you got to really figure out for yourself if you want to do that or not. And yeah, it's just how it is. So before you can think about getting into animation industry, first make sure you can figure out that you actually want to perceive that path of drawing and animation, that you are willing to do sacrifices, that you are willing to cut ties to people that might hold you back or tell you that it's a bad idea. You know, there's like it's super painful partly, you know. It's definitely not easy. So please take your time to think about everything you do very truly, or like very carefully, and take your time to figure out what you want to do, how you want to do it, how to express what you want to show, and how to like, yeah, just do what you think is right, you know. Like, so many things that you can probably think about, and it's super complicated probably as well, and there's actually no real answer or like to any of these questions that you might have. The only thing you can do is do the thing. Whatever you do, like whatever passion you have, whatever you think you're good at, whatever makes you feel comfortable, stick to it and try to make something out of it, because that is what talent is. It's not like an actual gift that has been given you randomly and it will simply be there. It's just something that you think you can do because you feel comfortable doing it. Like, there's no real actual talent. The only thing that is there is the skill, and you can develop that. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not saying it correctly. Maybe there's actually way more definitions for talent, or maybe I'm not defining it correctly for myself. But just this, all I can do is, um, you know, um, I don't know. Like, all I can do is giving you what my thoughts, you know. So please do yourself a favor. Take your time to think about it truly. Um, and yeah, just enjoy doing it, and it will guide you through the pain and all the hard days that you had, right? Sometimes you feel like time is endless and you're stuck in a cycle that basically never ends. So basically that was my past 5 months. I was basically stuck in this one project that I've been drawing on every freaking day, but it felt like it never ended. But then when it actually ended, I felt like the most freest person ever. Like, I felt so satisfied, so good about it. It's finally over, and that I actually made it through, and you know, spent all my time and energy on this and gave a result people were happy about, you know. And now I'm looking back at it and I'm saying like, wow, I did so many mistakes, I did so much trash, I'm bad. But you know, this one moment when you like get through all of this, that's the moment you like understand that's actually worth it. Or like when you actually think, yeah, dude, I love animation, you know? Okay, that was my motivational quote. That's how I get started. That's how to get started in animation. It's not like about any technical part. It's more about what's in your head, okay? So yeah, thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I'm just joking. Um, for experiences that I had like within the actual industry, I think I summarized them pretty much. So mostly it's me fighting against myself. Can I finish this in time? Is it possible to do this and that? Um, how much am I willing to learn? How much critique can I take? And the answers always stay open for everything. Don't let things get too close to you. Sure, sometimes it's probably not possible to avoid that, but um, yeah, you really need to be careful about your mental health, and you need to find a way to remain to be always yourself without losing track of what you wanted to do. So what helped me through all of this is definitely have someone I look up to, an idol that basically just tells me, hey man, look what I've been doing. Imagine you could do this in the future, or like do that kind of stuff in the future. And yeah, for me I really like to look at the Yutaka Nakamura mats whenever I feel like I'm losing a little bit of track. It's like a daily ritual for me already. Let's say it like this, but I'm also interested in all kinds of other animators, so I'm trying to pick up as much as possible. And yeah, that definitely helps me to stay on track, to do what I like to do. And yeah, over time I got to know more and more people as well, like more animators. For example, recently I've been talking to Ken Yamamoto or like Yusuke Kawakami. Very cool people. They really tried their best to speak English with me. But getting to know these kind of people, and they tell you that they like your work is like a very big accomplishment too, and also motivates you. And you can give that back to them too. And I think they probably think the same way about you. Like they really appreciate what you're doing probably as much as you appreciate what they are doing, right? There's so many animators I want to work with and I want to get to know, and kind of express it probably, I think. Surely it's cool to like get to know all these people, but yeah, don't forget you do everything for yourself in the end. And just because you do it for yourself, that guides you into the direction that you will get to know these people. Just be open, friendly, and communicate, I guess. Don't be weird, man. Don't be a freaking weirdo, bro. Like communication is not always easy. Like there's so many people who freak me out, or like they be like, "Hey man, can you check out my animation?" And I'm like, "No, I don't care." Like it's not like I'm trying to be mean or anything. It's just like my opinion shouldn't be like it shouldn't be so essential for you. It shouldn't be so important to you, you know? Sure, it's a good feeling to get a good feedback, but in the end, you still do it for yourself. And if you can't see what you're doing wrong, how am I supposed to tell you what you're doing wrong? Like, what will be the difference? You know? Just because you have that perception that I seem to be professional, which is actually terrible wrong, to be honest, because I'm just as human as everyone else. Like I'm not even special or anything. I don't have anything that would say, okay, man, that makes me superior to other people. You know? Like my opinion is just another opinion. It's not nothing you like that will change your life or something. What will change your life is probably you like just following your passion and doing what you think is correct. The decisions that you make for yourselves, that's what changed your life. So the time that you spend onto your animations, or like the on your work, whatever, it doesn't necessarily need to be animation. That will change your life. Like that stuff that you're willing to like put in and to like do to change your life, to pick up your life, and that like gives you the feeling of, hey, yeah, that's the right thing to do, you know. Of course, it's very, very, very important that you don't harm other people, and surely it is also important to like communicate in a way that other people might, you know, not think that you're kind of creepy, but more like trying to help or trying to understand. That's also when people will start to respond to you probably and be like, okay, cool. He seems to be actually willing to learn, um, or like he's just actually trying to get a better idea about which direction he could go. That might be something that you want to do, but it's like most of the time people always ask the same questions. What software do you use? How do I approach? Where do I start? What do can you check out my animation? And then it's just a person that maybe animated for like a few months, and I'm like, okay, I will not comment on that. Like this person has to make their own experience still. Like yeah, I also have just a limited amount of time for each day, and I want to use it to proceed my passion, my path, and my things. Yeah, it's not nothing. There's no magic. There's just hard work. That's all there is. But honestly, it's like on every other thing you're gonna do in life, it's gonna be exactly the same. If you want to be a lawyer, dude, you want to be a lawyer all of a sudden, a very good lawyer all of a sudden, dude. You need to like gain experience. You need to like research, do information, like do all kind of find all kind of informations that help you to actually understand the topic. And a lot of people are just too ignorant, or like they think, all right, cool, I see this animation. The animation is a few seconds long. The person must have like sneezed or something, and the animation just randomly appeared. And I'm like, yeah, right. That's definitely how it works. Not Jesus. Like some. And then they ask you to do like a 3-minute music video. I'm like, yeah, right, dude. Do you actually understand how much time I spend on each frame? Jesus. That's my industry experience. A lot of random people actually contacting me if I can do a music video for something for them or like do commissions, and then they will be probably surprised about how expensive my pricing is. That's why I just do studio work. I don't take any commissions anymore. The only commission I've done was that Nima project for Ross, because I knew that this guy would actually understand the whole time and the whole effort behind it. Also, he did all the background, like he did background paintings himself, man. Next to the Nima book he was creating. So big props to Ross, dude. This guy is actual beast. He's definitely someone who pursued his passion very properly, thought everything like very carefully, and he's definitely an inspiration to me and has been a very big inspiration to me over the long years. So I was very happy to help him. And as I said, like I'm gonna be on a live stream later on with him today, so please check that one out if you want to get for some more insight or information about the animation process. There's gonna be probably storyboards shown and stuff, and character sheets, etc. The pipeline was not really like anime, but it was still very organized. Like Elaine did super great job on that. That's definitely something I can talk about. Yeah, definitely very interesting and super inspirational people out there. It's pretty cool when you actually get to the point where you like understand them. Okay, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna trace that face to keep the consistency. And then gonna draw like this. Whoops. Okay, so yeah, it's basically industry experience. Also, yeah, I might do timesheet later. Depends on how much time we have. So I can give you like a little insight on how to do timesheet. I don't know if you know how toy timesheet works. I'm gonna show you that one too. So now that I traced it, I can take this head, move it in position, get rid of the unnecessary lines, and maybe scale it because there's some resizing going on. It will look better. Okay, it's just last 3 frames to go. That's pretty good. Then we can move on to the effects, and then we move on to the new. Oh, that's pretty good actually. Still good time. So I think if I'm fast enough, I get it done within the next 10 minutes, like the next three frames, and the effects will probably take another 30 minutes, and then we can move on to the next one. Is Panda still here? Or is someone of my gang here? Road sign or something? I'm gonna put you to moderators on Namak too, because your messages keep like not popping off. So now you shouldn't have a problem to send your messages. And since I trust you guys, it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna take my bros and make them moderators. How the chat's gonna be moderator later on. That's cool. But yeah, it's cool. Wait, are you Desmond for real? I think it's gonna be fine though. Time to ban everyone. Nobody's watching anymore after this. God damn it. Okay, I'm kind of making up this other leg now. I don't think I need to draw the face on this one anymore because that's when The effect is basically taking over that guy. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, it's gonna take over from this frame on. Okay, I think this should be also the last key I have to draw actually. I don't need to draw the other keys, but I will need rough drawings as guidelines. So for the effect, because the effect's gonna like wrap around the character. Maybe gonna do it like this. Epic hand. So yeah, this is just tie downs basically. It's not super clean, but should be fine enough for what I'm doing right here. Okay, cool. Cool. Got this, got this. Okay, now I'm gonna animate the effect. I want to see the motion first. I'm gonna play the motion once, and then I'm gonna go to the effect. Okay, let's go. I think the timing is fine. And yeah, it's the progress is so far. Wait, Bobbin is here too? Oh, cool. Hello, Bobbin. Fire. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got the fire animated now. What we're gonna do is over here, we're gonna turn down the opacity on each frame again. Unfortunately, you gotta turn down the opacity separately on each frame. You can't like select multiple ones, at least not that I know it works. Uh, let's try to this face over here in this frame. What the hell? What did I draw? So it's two things we could do on how we animate this effect actually. We could either like draw out the actual shapes, or we are treating and use the lasso fill tool. I recently got more into drawing out the actual effect properly. So I'm gonna prefer doing that, because that way the effect shape's gonna look more crisp. Okay. I'm gonna turn down the opacity for this layer so I can see the effect a little bit better. What color do we use? Blue, red? Usually if you would animate effects, I would probably use the color red or blue for this kind of shit. Oh, let's add one more frame over here. Zip. I'm gonna do it like this. Red, baby. It's red color. Damn it. No, just gonna try to make sure that the shapes are fine. So I'm now gonna try to have the effect slowly going along his arm, wrapping around it. Can't see exactly what I drew over here. I think some particles might be good. Particles are actually pretty simple to animate. It's like, for example, I have this shape right here, right? And from this shape onwards, I can just, like have the particle move, and it will just work out. And in the end, it will look cool. And if you do that just a few 100 times, you're gonna be a very crazy particle master. I'm not joking about the 100 times though. There's probably a few shots that I've animated that have like maybe a few 300 particles over a duration of, I don't know, 20 frames. You'll see what I mean when it happens. Jesus, that shot took me so long. But yeah, can't give any more details. Just gotta tell you, it took me a long while. I'm gonna try to have the shape wrap around the arm. Like this. I think I might need to add some shading to the effect as well for the. It could be look very cool if I like have a silhouette of the body. So I didn't animate it for nothing, and can use it as guideline for the effect. It's like this effect. I wanted to like slowly have it more and more wrap around his body, so it looks like it's overtaking him. Also, thank you a lot for all coming around, man. 100 people watching. It's definitely a new record, I think. And I'm very thankful that you all take your time to actually just watch some weird dude animating and talking some stuff. Really appreciate it. Yeah, for the background animation, I don't have that much time anymore to clean that up too, so I'm gonna rough out the background animation just Unfortunately, I don't think I will be able to do more. So the stream will probably just keep going for maybe the next 3 hours. Okay? I think that should be fair. But 3 hours is really max, so we got half of the stream done now. And almost got one shot finished. Well, like, not almost, but get in a good direction. Whoa. That sound of my pencil scrapping over my tablet when I do these lines. Okay. Do it like this. I think I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay. Just a few more frames. I'm really making sure that I connect the lines properly, so I can just bucket fill tool them later on. Okay, now I'm gonna like have the effect like going a little bit back for 2 frames, and then it's gonna drastically like increase again. No, it's like getting crazy in this next frame. Okay, almost done. Last tree. Just gonna keep it like this. I think I forgot to close a hole somewhere. I'll see later. Okay. I'm gonna add some colors now. First, getting rid of all the rough layers. Oh yeah, I still need to shade it, right? I got a good idea. That's gonna be a little bit faster than the method that I just used to shade it very easily. You just do it like this. Doesn't matter if it's in the same frame. Should be actually on the shading layer if I want it to be very correct. But it will work out like this too, so it's not much of a big deal. It depends. There might be some production where like, hey, we want to have this very cleanly and very organized. So I would now do a big mistake if I were in that kind of production. But if you like working with most animes and they still print out the stuff, it's okay to have it on the same layer. Since they're just gonna print out that one image anyways, and it's gonna have all the shading details. It's gonna look very cool once I added the colors, I think. And yeah, I don't play my animations too much, because I kind of know how it's gonna end up or looking like. I basically already animated so much that I got a feeling for when something's gonna turn out good or bad. And mostly when I skip through the frames, I see most of the mistakes already. I think it's also more accurate. After you send your animation to Sue, what will they give you, the finished or finished version or the preview? That depends. Some studio, like when you finished your work, there will be some studios that will be like, yeah, cool, you worked on this, so we give you the episode that you worked on later on in the process. But sometimes you just have to ask. But there's also a lot of occasions where this probably won't happen. Just because they might be afraid of leaking, or there's some kind of actual strict rules that actually don't allow that. No? And there are occasions where things might leak. There are people who leak stuff, which is kind of sad. I would say more about it, but I think I'm probably guilty myself. I've already leaked something, and that wasn't cool. Gotta be very careful with that. I didn't leak it in a way that like a lot of people could see it, but just a single person already might be dangerous. As long that person, like if you leak something, or like if you want to show something to a friend when you like worked on an episode or something, be careful with that. Make sure this person is really really friendly, but overall leaking is always bad, so it's never recommended and you should never do it. Like this is like the best advice I can give. Just don't do it. If you ever get the opportunity to leak something, don't do it. Keep it for yourself. Don't tell anyone about it, because either way you might get in trouble or someone else does. And holy shit, you don't want to get sued for that kind of shit, right? I'm talking from experience here. I didn't get sued yet, but I definitely destroyed myself, like destroyed a lot of things for myself and for other people too. So I'm pretty guilty. Maybe not a topic I should talk about, but it's part of the industry experience, to be honest. And I'm pretty sure if you like get deep enough, you'll find yourself in a spot where you really wrestle with yourself if you should do it or not. If you do it, make sure the person you like leak it to can shut his mouth, so nobody actually knows that you leaked or not. I didn't get sued yet. Famous last words. Oh my god, yeah, dude. I'm pretty sure if someone's from the industry is gonna see that, he's like, oh my god, we can't hire this guy anymore. We can't trust him. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully I just didn't destroy like my whole animation career. But it's just a fact that it happens, so I think it's important to talk about it. And there's like a lot of people in this industry who are already guilty about it, you know. In fact, if you get a job offer for anime, the production manager is basically leaking the storyboard to you so you can select the right cuts and if you can see if you're interested. So it's definitely a problem. For anime, you don't uh, you don't have contracts too. You gotta understand, like there's like no contracts, and I don't know. That also means they don't have to pay you. It's like the whole industry, like the whole freelance stuff working for these kind of shows, completely based on trust. So far, we're pretty lucky that like the people that started working in anime industry are very kind and very generous people. So then they don't leak the stuff in a way that it could like be found out, and nobody can tell what they leaked. Right? Probably the only reason why they would leak it is probably to get feedback or some help for translations, and then they will also like leak it to trustworthy people then, which is totally fine in my opinion if that's the case. If it's really something you struggle with, like actually getting the right idea about um, how to like approach the scene because you don't really understand them and there's like not enough information given, it might be good to ask someone if you can help you with translation. Or maybe not just translation, maybe also help you like with giving you advice on how to approach it properly. Okay, I can now color in. Okay, let's go. Hopefully I closed all the gaps properly, and I can just bucket fill tool everything. It might look pretty cool. Okay, what kind of colors do you use? Yeah. Over here, by the way, if you're on Clip Studio Paint, I forgot to mention, over here you see all these colors that I have, right? When you have a color selected, you can just go to the top over here and add drawing color, and then it will just appear over here on the thing, and then you can just simply select it all the time. can also delete them. I already used quite many colors actually. Yeah. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna use this and this bluish kind. Maybe something more darker. Maybe something like it's like orange. Let's see. I'm just gonna use these colors then. Oops. And if that doesn't work, I'm just gonna fill in the little gap on the same layer. Okay. Looks like it's almost done. Just need to like get the other color in now. I like these shapes from the first ones. They turn out pretty cool. Damn it. I misclicked too much. I'm not even using the pen right now. I'm using like the mouse. I don't know why I'm doing that. It's probably better if I use a pen and more precise too. Somehow I always end up using the mouse when I fill in the colors. I don't know how I came to this habit. Oh, forgot to fill in this one. All the gaps are not closed completely, but it would be enough if I just have the colors filled in. And there's just one more layer left after this, and I'm gonna use lasso fill tool to show you what's possible with that. So got like a few methods used in this one. Maybe I could animate it on once. I think it could have a very cool effect. I just need to in-between it properly. And then have some very, like let's say wobbly lines going on, very simplified. A little bit less complicated than the effect that I'm animating right now. Extending like crazy. And after this I just need to like adjust the background to this. and then I can emphasize the scene a little bit better. Makes the scene more interesting. And the background's mostly just moving, like moving as an object. Oh, almost done. The big frame. Okay, let's take a look, right? How it comes together. Now we got the effect edits. I think Clip Studio Paint is skipping some frames, so it feels less fluid than it actually is. It will look better as soon as I render out a preview. Britz, epic effects, hot fire. Okay, cool. Let's bring this back onto normal position. Navigator time. Cool. Yeah, we want to have a camera now and background animation. First, we're gonna add the last effect. We could also just keep it like this though. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it like this. Let's not spend too much time on this one scene. Move on to the we would still want to do background animation, right? And I will definitely need some time for that. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna try to adjust the camera motion onto our character right here. Okay. That gives a little bit more depth to the scene. Just very slight camera motion. But it already makes it more dynamic. Oh wait, it's actually not even camera motion, it's just background motion. We can add the camera now though. Let's have more focus on first frame over here. Go over here. having a curve. Slightly having some oh, whoops. Okay, now we did the camera. It was pretty fast done, I know. We take everything that we want to put into the camera. So we basically take all these layers, put it into the camera, and now the camera will also apply to the work. If the stuff is not in the camera folder, the camera will not work. So if I want to change something on the camera motion, I need to take out all the layers first. Then I put it back into the camera, and the camera will apply again. I'm gonna save this file. Okay. Stream part 1. I'm just gonna call this subtile motion. It's basically what I try to animate. Maybe not as good as I wish, but that's basically it. Okay. Put it into this folder. Subtle motion for part 1. There is no 3D layer, no. Okay, if I press play now, it's gonna be super dynamic, and it feels like the scene is kind of done. And we did this all in 3 hours. Looks good, I think. It's gonna look more smooth as soon as I look at the difference now. It's gonna be much more fluid because some of the frames of the effect couldn't be handled because they were too fast. It has more impact now. Clip Studio Paint has a problem that when you have like frames on once, that the playback is not able to follow up properly. Thank you, Desmond. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I'm gonna post the final result later on social media. So, yeah. I didn't even use that many frames as I usually would. Usually I would always animate everything on 2s. Yeah, I'm gonna save this file. And there's one thing we could do now. So we could either create a new file, or we could work in the same file. But working in the same file is never something I recommend because the file is first of all gonna be too huge. Second of all, will be pain to work into in it after a while, because like there's some kind of limits that Clip Studio Paint also has, and that's why I rather prefer splitting up my cuts. Everything works more smoothly, and then put it together in Vegas later. Oh yeah, the brush that I'm using basically the brush file for the rough is called the cat pen. You can just probably look it up on the Clip Studio Paint and download the material. Yeah, that's the brush that I used for my rough drawings. Super fun to draw with. It feels very good to draw with because it's so loose and has that cool texture on it, and it feels like a little bit like pencil, and you actually think you're a little bit professional, maybe. Oh, I've got onion skin on. That's why it's showing this. Okay, cool. I'm gonna make a new file now. Um, I'm gonna save it as part 2. And now it's gonna try to do some background animation. I will not draw all the detailed stuff in the background animation. Actually, I don't have anything on this layer, so I'm gonna delete all of these. They are now completely gone, as you can see. My storyboard is still there, I can use it. I'm just gonna animate two scenes then. So I'm sorry, it's gonna be shorter than expected. I'm gonna delete the keyframes on the camera. Yeah, and I'm just gonna duplicate this layer multiple times, like I've done before. See how many I will use. Sometimes I always have some left that I don't use. I'm just gonna delete them afterwards, but I'd rather have too many layers than too less. Yeah, okay. The animation is too OP. I can try to drop the brush later on in the description. I'm gonna upload it to Dropbox, and then just gonna put it into the description, okay? So, then you all can just download the brush. Double thumbs up. Okay, now let's go on with the background animation. We don't need this. Also, if you delete a cell within a layer, the cell is still there. So, as you can see right here, gotta be careful with that. Okay, we want to have some good composition over here. So I'm thinking about what to do and how to do it. It's going to be a little bit more complicated now. What kind of angle I want to use, etc. I could have. How can I do this? Yeah, I'm also not perfect, so I'm also struggling with some of this stuff. Figuring out, like, sometimes it's very hard to figure out how to visualize it, or at least you understand what you want to do, but you have a hard time to get it onto the paper. And that's where you need to like play around a little, be more um, be more experimentative, and try to get a right idea about what it is, what you actually want to show, and why you want to show it, and how to make it the most interesting way possible for the audience. Slap on a Dutch angle. Cool. Someone just talked about live facts in Flash. So let's have a very wide angle. I'm trying to figure out a composition right now, so I'm just drawing random lines as pointers of where characters could be. Okay, so maybe I'm gonna try to extend the canvas here, and actually I have a stronger camera path. Wait, I don't want to have 9K. This gives me more of an option to place my camera to have a more interesting camera path. Sometimes I also just take the camera and use that basically. I got a good idea. Okay, so let's do that. So what I'm gonna do now, I have a camera, and basically all I need is what it's inside this canvas, right? So that's what's the part that I want to draw out. For the BG, I'm gonna just simply sketch out some perspective. Now we want to try to aim for the straight lines. Our character will be kind of in that position. We're gonna have him on a separate layer. I'm just gonna draw one line that we can place him over this line, basically. Place it. Okay. And now my aim is actually to have the BG like going into that direction, and it's like zooming away from our character that stands right here. Okay. So actually this layer might be unnecessary that I'm having right now. The BG layer. There should be just something on the sky. So I'm just sketching it out. Of course, usually you should actually think about a grid or like have some perspective guidelines like these. A-balling them, so probably also not really suggested, but if you practice some perspective, you can probably do that too. So this is my BG right now. Just gonna use that. BG is gonna be lower opacity. Just need the guidelines. And now I'm gonna go straight into animating. Oh wait, gonna straight go into animating the background animation. Drawing some super rough, sketchy stuff. Oh no, I just called it cat pen too because I think I changed it a little bit. Ooh, the part where it becomes very interesting, most people leave. Idiots. I never said this. So the interesting part about background animation is just that while things are like more in the back, the spacing is gonna become very small and small and small until it might finally disappear at some point. So what I'm gonna try to do is I'm just gonna have the big lines in front over here have bigger spacing and the lines in the back have smaller spacing, so there's like less distance. That's the whole trick basically in background animation. Because there's a more complicated background animation, if you have like certain objects standing on it, you wanna probably draw out the objects, and then you also need to like kiss. Oh, God damn it! Keeps inconsistency. I'm sorry. I just had like an error in my brain. Maybe we could also have some heart shapes we could include. maybe not all of this is. And then I'm basically just trying to follow the grid and try to think about how it might move in perspective. This is not super perfect. I hope it works. Okay, the last two frames should be in threes. Okay. I'm gonna take care of this one. What the hell? Okay. I'm gonna do this. Okay, cool. Our camera is already included. Let's see how this would look like. Oh yeah, it's looks like background animation. Super easily done. So fast. Oh, I don't know what's happening to the background. Kind of feels 3D. Maybe it's because of the way I zoomed the camera. Oops. So actually has a very cool effect, and pretty happy with it. Wow, man. Wow. Epic background animation. Okay, maybe I need a few more frames on the end. But otherwise, I think it's going in a good direction. And I would like to have. But it's smooth, feels 3D. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised myself, to be honest. Don't want to sound cocky, but hey man, I'm gonna pat myself on the shoulder for this. Yeah, it just it works so easily because of the brush texture, basically. It's a very simple method. You just use basically the idea of shading to emphasize some certain parts on the canvas. I don't know if you guys ever seen Nakamura's Genghis, but he does that a lot. He's like using sometimes very thick brush strokes. So I think I definitely got that kind of method from him. It can be confusing at first, but after a while you get the idea basically. Now we're gonna add some more details. So it looks cooler. I'm just basically tracing now the previous frame, but I will give it like a little cool effect. And the background feels a little bit more alive, basically. I know background should be dead, but this is something that we can animate, and we can. And since our imagination is limitless, we can also say something like that. We want to bring the background alive. Okay. It already looks butter smooth just without the camera, but with the camera, the background actually becomes special. Okay, what I have to do now is animating that other character, and we want to have the character like still getting soaked up by that power, and then we're gonna finish up by introducing the last character, basically. Okay, cool. It's gonna need quite some frames too. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, the character. Let's see. I'm gonna draw him quite small. Or maybe we are not drawing the character itself. It was just so basically just a part of where the effect could be. Maybe we should also have the effect like move towards the actual background, so it's actually interacting with it. It's like a shock wave or something. Okay. Now I'm gonna have some kind of demon or some ghost kind of monster coming out. Now I'm gonna have the hand stretched towards towards the canvas. I think this animation is kind of inspired by Mickey. He did something similar, like a similar animation. It also had like a giant like stand or whatever it is coming out of the body of the character. I'm gonna have like the hands like getting stuck on that position basically. Because there's like the other guy has kind of a barrier or something. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm using the head as guideline for how I would like to have the torso move. And this is like simple basics, just using the guidelines that I have right now. That way I can add some weight to it, have some kind of bouncy motion. It's a pretty simple technique actually, super useful. And I used a lot of ones and twos in this though, maybe a little bit too much. So the next thing I'm gonna animate is a hand now. Okay. I'm just gonna smear it out. It's just the fastest way right now.
epic smears. Okay, now I just gotta add the face. Now as you can see, I'm animating each part separately right now, because it's just the easier way to do it right now. Okay. It will have some cool weight now. Gonna turn down the opacity of the BG. Oh, I forgot something. Before I play it, let me add that, please. Gonna add some shadow underneath, so it looks like it actually emphasizes on the perspective. Might need a little bit bigger brush over here. Just a few more frames. Okay, it's super rough, so it's not very nicely done. But it will do the job. I'm gonna turn down the opacity of the BG animation. Oh, it's not the right. Okay, let's take a quick look. It's kind of snappy. I like the last part when it's wiggling though. Maybe you should have some more frames over here though. It's gonna look much cooler once I render it out. As I said, Clip Studio tends to skip frames. So it's like, there's probably a little bit difference actually from to the final product. Now I'm gonna try to get the transition into that last frame over here. So that maybe one more frame. Yeah, I'm gonna add one more frame. And the hand is not completely extended. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think I fixed it now. So it's not too snappy. And now I'm gonna have the other character come in. we also need one more layer for the barrier, basically. So the barriers happen about, yeah, it could happen around here. The other character should like come in over here when the background animation slowly starts stopping. I'm gonna animate him on trees with the background. And then I'm gonna end him up with twos. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm basically gonna take the last frame kind of and have him be like, we want to show some sense of scale, so he's gonna be fairly small. I'm just gonna be a guy with a cape. Or maybe a guy with a sword. Yeah, the idea is kind of similar to what Mickey animated, so I apologize. But this is what basically came up in myself, in my subconscious now. Okay, I think I'm just gonna have the guy not even paying attention. He's too badass, bro. Sorry for the stick figure that I'm drawing. Let's give him some details. And a small shadow. Maybe a cape. He's a hero. That's why he wears capes, bro. No, I just gotta figure out how I get him into that perspective. I'm sorry, someone came into my room, so I had to mute myself. And yes, I did some work for One Punch Man Season 2. Should be on Buru. I gotta be honest though, that wasn't the best season. Definitely not. Okay. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna add some fills to the characters and the barrier basically, so everything works out nicely. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna use lasso filter for this, and it's probably the fastest method right now. Just need to go over the areas that basically overlap. I'm sorry that I didn't draw it out super nicely, but I'm basically running out of time. Still need to do something else, and slowly we have to come to an end. Been streaming for 5 hours. I gotta make timestamps later when the video is uploaded. Okay, now I'm gonna do the same with the fill on this layer. Should have drawn on another layer right away, so I don't need to like remove everything. That's the tedious part. I still need to figure out a better pipeline for this. Probably something that really is really annoying in Clip Studio. Now the images will be a little bit more clear. So we're getting rid of the areas that overlap. For rough, it's more than enough, since I'm not taking it any further. But basically, this thing that I showed on cleanup is what I showed on the previous cut. Especially on the effects, that's basically also how I usually like clean up the character, just that I would like draw the details of the character instead. And the effects were just faster to clean up. Okay. Gonna save the file, and then I'm gonna add one more layer. The cleanup thing that I used was the lasso fill tool. I showed it like in the beginning of the video. I made like a tutorial where the software is. Okay, gonna draw one more layer. Whoops, okay, this is the right layer. I'm gonna use different color on this. Okay, that's it. This is done. Now I'm just gonna compile them. And that's basically the live stream then. I'm sorry that I didn't talk so much in the end anymore. And was so focused on the animation. I could have used lesser field transparent too, yeah, but I've been basically rushing through now. Yeah, guess that's about it. We're gonna compile the two cuts now. Oh, hold on a second. I can actually have the. I'm gonna re-export. I like if it has the background has a little bit more opacity, so you can at least see the guidelines. Yeah, so yeah, to wrap this off, so everyone who is here and have been on the Grindhouse server, some of you realized or noticed that I've deleted the server actually. I deleted also the original Grindhouse server because we've done quite a lot of mistakes. And yeah, it came from memeing about famous animator and being actually pretty disrespectful to being too obsessed with certain animators. Then going other so like this. Then there's like I felt like if it like I had this one person that joined the other day and he basically gave me very hard criticism and actually made me realize if this keeps on going, we might end up in a very tough position where things could be complicated or very stressful. Um, so I thought it would be a better idea to delete the server to avoid that problem. The thing is, what I really wanted to have is on the servers is like to have a great foundation to give like a basic idea about how it is to like have a great community that holds together where everyone's actually liking animation as much as I do, and originally I was always trying to give as much criticism to everyone as possible. Like in the beginning days, I've been actually writing essays and trying to, give like personalized comment and criticism to everyone. And in the time over time, it just got lost on the way, and I couldn't like keep up with like taking care of all of this because I also like got too focused on the stuff that I want to do for myself, and yeah, there's like a lot of things that got lost. So even if I will like transfer the the actual, how is this called, the ownership to someone else, then I don't think it would have been good for me, like it would have probably destroyed me because I would see the server like suffering or like slowly becoming more and more inactive because I feel like part of the reason the servers like worked so well is because mostly I was like involved very deeply into them. And yeah, and it got lost. It just got lost on the way, and so there was no point on keeping them. And since it also was kind of a burden for me, and I had these thoughts like going on for me for a couple of times, I think I had turned a blind eye on it, and that's why all this shit happened basically, and I was just probably not mature enough. Like I think I still need to learn so much, and it might also be misguiding partly of what I was trying to give the people on the way. I was trying to people to I was trying to teach people, even though like I'm not even, how to say, I'm not experienced. Like I don't think I have the right to do so, because it's very easy to give misinformation and lead people on the wrong track. So that's why it's I decided to, as I said, like delete the server, and maybe in the future or something I might decide to open up another server again if I grew for myself as a person, as an individual, as an actual animator or artist. Um, and I feel like the decision I've been doing wasn't a bad decision, because nonetheless, even though the server is gone, I don't think everything is lost. Like I feel like the fundamental things, like as I said, like this communication, the actual, will to animate, and the all this, the moral aspects and whatever you need to grow, I think have been given on the server. People really like to hang out there. That's what I at least got from all of this. They also got like very close to each other. But it's also a little bit dangerous, because in a community it can people could like all use the same methods, or like have in the same mindsets in it. So in the end, I deleted the server so everyone also has a little bit time to think about everything for themselves, and um, give give each other a little bit more time as an individual. So to like, part of the animation or like the artist journey is also to like invest in yourself. As much as we like to look up to idols and people that we love and we want to learn about, we should definitely stay and stick to ourselves at some point, and that can be easily lost in a community. Especially, I feel like it's especially visible in bigger communities. You always try to just animate what's in the hype, especially if you like look at Kion's dojo. Oh wow, there's some guy like Turquoise or something who animates chalk. Everyone wants to animate chalk. Then things like that. It's just, we need to be aware that we are our own individual person and we want to stand out for ourselves. So we need to figure out what works best for us, and how to get on their way without getting lost. So yeah, as I said, like maybe in the future I might do another Discord server, but for now I just want to focus on myself, do my own journey basically. I'll be still on Discord and whatever, and you can talk to me when the most of you people like can probably talk to me when it's necessary. Please don't spam me though. Like I still need some time for myself, as I said. But I'm glad to help out once in a while when it works for you. Um, that's why I'm also doing things like the stream, for example. And yeah, that's about it. So I'm gonna compile the two animations now, and then I should like add in I'm gonna upload the pencils later in a folder. I'm gonna put them in a folder. Gonna put them in the description later on. I hope someone can help me with time stamping all of the stuff. Yeah, last time there was a guy that was so kind, and he actually time stamped the whole live stream, and very detailed as well. Not sure if I will do it as detailed, but I will do it so you guys can just find the right positions in the live stream where you wanna like go in if you like have that certain thing that you actually wanna look up. And yeah, that's probably about it. Thank you everyone for coming by, listening, and enjoying your time over here with me, basically. And I hope you could like take something um something very useful out of everything. I'm gonna now compile the two animations, and then I'm gonna upload them later on Twitter, and you can see what in the end has been created. All right, thank you everyone. I'm gonna stop the stream now. If you have any questions or a few things you want to know, you can still write it in the chat or just comment